Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here, and oh my gosh, today has been such a compressed day. Uh-oh. Hang on. I'm missing half my audio. One moment, please. Alright, what's going wrong this time? I don't know what's going wrong. But hello, Wolf. Welcome in. Oh, this is annoying. This is annoying. This is annoying. This is annoying. Sorry, I am experiencing sudden issues with my audio on my headset. I'm hearing nothing in my right ear. And I think it's because there's a break in the wire. Okay, I got it working. But it's because I squeezed the cable. That's not a good sign. So this cable is probably bad and I'm gonna have to replace it. More good news! Hello. How are you? I hope you are having a wonderful day. Actually, I'm going to pause a second. The music's going to pause for a second. I have a surprise to show you, but I have to get it loaded in. Hang on. Actually, I have to move it. I am not prepared today. Can you tell? Where are you? You and you? Okay. Copy. Go to my streaming drive. Paste those in there. I have something to show you. Just do orc slideshow, we'll call it. I don't know if I'm even doing this correctly. I might have screwed this up. We'll see. There we go. I want a little bit more time between that. Let's do 10 seconds. There. I have orc friends for my desk. Your day's okay? Aside from the technical difficulties, I'll go into how my day went in a little bit here. But yeah, so I got this in the mail today. I ordered them whenever Hungry Guria did her Halloween stream that I was a guest on. I sort of did a guest thing as a trick-or-treat. I was a trick-or-treat guest. I was a trick-or-treater. I didn't get any candy. But I got some interesting interview questions, and I interviewed her as well. But okay. That's enough of that. Let me remove that. Yes, remove the orc slideshow. All right. We're gonna hop in here real quick. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was the first time that I had used Twitch's integrated whatever it is. Oh, the thing to like knock on somebody's door to stream with them. And then what you can do is you can do it with just voice, but you can also use your camera. You can connect your camera. Now, anytime that you can do something with a camera, you can also use OBS as a virtual camera. So what I do is I have a scene that's really just my avatar. So I just set up a scene in Second Life, and then I was a guest using the quote-unquote camera with, an orc. So that was fun. I was one of the only people who was a guest that was in costume. Sort of. I mean, it depends on how you define costume, I guess. But yeah, it was fun. But one of the things that we did there is she had like a little diorama that her husband set up. And every time she had a guest, she would ask you, like, what toy do you want? Like, she had a bunch of 80s toys and action figures and stuff. So it was basically, what do you want to represent you in the diorama? And I said, well, you don't happen to have any orcs, do you? And he's, no, unfortunately. So I ended up picking Raphael, which I didn't know it at the time, but somebody else wanted Raphael. So sorry, Jay Johnson, if you're watching this after the fact. I didn't know. I'm sorry. But yeah. That prompted me to go and look for orc toys, orc action figures, and I found those online, and I figured, after doing a little bit of hunting, I actually found a couple of them. They were pretty cheap, between like $12 and $15, and I'm like, you know what, I don't find anything that's orc related that has any kind of quality to it, and these are not like super great, but they're good enough. And for like $12, 12 to 15 bucks, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna get myself a couple of orcs for my desk. So that's the story of that. As for how my day went, let's just say it's been very compressed and I've been using my voice all day. I've had a lot of coaching to do, so I don't know how my voice sounds right now. It's entirely possible that I might sound a little bit rough as the night goes on. I'm going to try to be more mindful about hydrating today, and I'm probably going to immediately forget. Oh, speaking of forgetting things, I might as well take my pills. Ah! If I don't spill my water... Ugh. Okay. Let me mark it in my phone. Let me charge my phone. Okay. Are we ready to continue our journey? I hope so. What am I doing? I'm hitting buttons all over the place. Alright. We have so much inventory. Hey Val, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. How's your day been going? Hopefully less stressful than mine. So before we continue, I do want to mention a couple of things, because I have another post-it note that I left for myself. We've been talking about, like, monsters. Like, we've got Kennepack here. Nope. Buttons. We've got Kennepack. The problem with Kennepack is that he's chaotic, so he's not going to make a very good laborer. And I really need laborers right now. So, I did a search for basically neutral characters. Or I should say neutral monsters that we could encounter and conscript. And the only one that had something that was familiar to me were bugbears. So I'm going to try to recruit a bugbear or two. I don't know if I'll be successful, but we'll see. I also, depending on how they're spec'd out, I might need to respec them at the shrine, which means I need to feed them a love potion afterwards, or they will hate me. And I don't know what's involved with being hated. I'd rather not risk that. Like, I don't want them to, like, decide they don't like me anymore and then just leave. Because they might be carrying something, and that would suck. Anyway, let's figure out who we're taking with us. And C79, welcome in. My brain, for some reason, parsed Val's green and your green together and didn't... I thought you were the same person. I've had a very long day, I'm sorry. But I hope you are doing well, C79. Who do we have with us? Nazar, Wolfie, and Kirillo. Nobody is a good negotiator, so this is fine. Okay. Fort Gallier was where there are bugbears. They're only going to be level 10. This is fine. One of these days, we're going to actually take over Fort Gallier. Is it Fort Gallier that we want? Maybe. There was another one that I liked. I don't remember where it was. Yep. Brain just totally blanked on the other one. There's like another fortressy type place that was good. It was the one that... Was it this? No. I thought it was connected to one of these meaty places. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Anyway, let's save. Because we might fail in this. And depending on how badly we fail, it's going to depend on... hold on a second. Kirillo, I see you have a bow. Wolfie, you've got something. Nazar, okay, good. Just wanted to make sure we were equipped. Enter. Yeah, so we will see if we are successful, because there are so many things that can and probably will go wrong. Okay, are you both bugbears? I don't think you are. I can't see. Kirillo, you are really low level. You're gonna go over here. No, don't. Leave Wolfie alone. Where can Wolfie go? That's safe. I guess that'll work. You'll be as gentle as possible. I hope so. I might have to take this stick away from you if you're not gentle. Okay, so we've got a bugbear. Ideally, we would get a bugbear who's wearing a little bit more, but this is fine. How many monsters am I going to recruit? I have no idea, honestly. Whose turn is it? Okay. I'm a little worried that you're going to really cream this guy, so... Okay, critical 37. You know, Wolfie, you can equip... I'll figure it out later. Yeah, okay, it's Nazar I've got to watch out for. Whoops. Kirillo, don't fuck him up. I'm gonna make you be gentle. I'm gonna take that off. Damn it, Wolfie! We were trying to gently caress the bugbear, not blast him into oblivion. Let's check the other yeah, that one died. We'll try. If worse comes to worse, we'll save Scum, but let's see if we can get another one. Are you a bugbear? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, you're back here. Okay. I don't think you're a bugbear. What are you? A gigas. Does anybody know what alignment a gigas is? The werewolf arms are strong with this one. Yeah, you're kind of whipping that magic around a little bit too powerfully. He should be lawful. Okay, then that is not going to work. Because I want whoever we're recruiting to be able to go along the column freely. If he's lawful, then I'm stuck with whatever row he's best at. And that's not going to really work for what I have in mind. Too bad, because he's kind of a hunk. At least in terms of the body. I mean, he's going to have to take that thing on his head. Maybe he's very shy. But he's definitely got the beef. Anyway. No, you're not supposed to go yet. Let's try this. Oh, you're down to one. Okay, well, we're not going to recruit you, but we can at least try to get whatever you're holding. Who's going to be best for this? Heck, I don't know. Hey! That hurt! Oh, that's right, I had... No, I wasn't fumbled anymore. I had a new turn. Shit, I don't know. Eh. You're not regenerating, though. It's fine. You're being very mean. Thank you. Okay, so if he's lawful, then yeah. Trying to get the rest of his clothing again, yeah. You're very pretty. Would you like to do a striptease for us? I won't be robbed like some hapless fool. Oh, he's playing hard to get. Okay, this is fine. I will say that I can't stand in front of him and also be a negotiator. That's just gonna take too much out of me. Let's put these here just so that anybody can use them. I mean, anybody can use them anyway, but blah blah blah. What am I doing? Who's negotiating? Wolfie, you are. Ow! No possession is worth death. Take it and let me walk. Thank you, Wolfie. This is much better than blowing them up. Protection 30, evasion 5. Yeah, I fully expected him to drop his clothing. I would have been a little surprised if he didn't. The thing is, we may not actually keep this. If there's no more bugbears, then we don't really want to clear this. I mean, we can. Kirillo needs the experience, but this is not going to be much experience for him. Oh, okay. We've got 2 chances at bugbears now. Wolfie, you don't want to stand there. Yeah, you're going to be in trouble if you stay there. Yeah, we are gonna wait a minute. Really? Standby, okay. That was unusual behavior. Yeah, I am right in the middle of a bugbear sandwich. And apparently I've reached a move goal. Cool. I've wiggled my arms around too much today. You can attack from oh, you're no, this is Wolfie. Wolfie! Stop exploding the bugbears! Oh my god! It was the correct decision not for me to attack. Cause you're really getting excited there, Wolfie. Okay. You guys take it easy a second. Okay. Stop! I know can win. Okay. Lucio. Negotiate. Let's try to recruit. Friend? You know hurt friend? Okay. Your party is full, so your new recruit will wait at the entrance. Okay. We barely managed to stop that one from exploding. Good job on showing a small amount of restraint, Wolfie. I appreciate you very much. I guess we'll clear it. I don't know if there's any other bugbears. Etten. Yeah, we're not interested in that. Actually, I can't equip you yet. Jeez. I think Kirillo is learning something from you, Wolfie. How to blow things up. We've explored this area, so really we're just looking to clear the monsters out. I'm going to give you Nyx for right now. Let's see. Okay, I know that there's somebody over there that I need to lure out, so... let's put me here. We're going to individualize this. Nazar. You go here. Wolfie here. Carillo here. Actually, no. Carillo has more range, so Carillo actually needs to be here. Hey, Jay Johnson, welcome in. I'm hanging in there. Had a very compressed, busy day, but now I get to play some Bastard Bonds, and things are going to go well. We are trying to recruit bugbears so that I have more laborers. How are you doing today? Do I have everybody where I want them? No, what am I doing? No, that is correct, isn't it? Yes, because Wolfie has more range. I've had a very long day. Just fair warning. I'm probably going to mess things up. Hello, I know you're in here somewhere. Hi! Oh, there's a couple of you in here. Okay. Why do you hurt? And what are you? Titan. Was Titan lawful? Honestly, you're bored. You did buy the GTA trilogy earlier, playing that before you go live. Well, that's fun. Titans are lawful. Okay, then unfortunately, the Titan is not going to be part of the group. What about Actaeons? Hey, this guy's got antlers. I wonder if Diffuse Moose would like him. The Actaeon is neutral. Okay. Maybe we'll try to recruit him. Might have to figure out where the graphic for this is, though. Just in case Diffuse Moose decides he wants to be a part of the band at any point. I don't think he watches, though. I don't even know if he follows. I think he does. I don't remember. But I need to get the hell out of Dodge. Dang it. Oh well, that's fine. That's not great. Who just got hit for 66? Was that Nazar? Why are they doing so much damage? I know his guard's not super great. But if that was a crit, that could have one-shotted him. What the hell? He might have been in a fumble state, actually, now that I think on it, because we just had a new turn and yeah, okay, that was probably why. Still, that kind of sucks. So, you need to go. Okay. We're gonna try and heal Nazar. Actually, we're gonna swap places so that Wolfie can heal too. Never mind. We're good. Nazar, you want to drink some of this crisp lager? Actually, hold on. Yeah. Have a drink. That was not expected. But yeah, he might have been in a fumble state. I think that's why he took so much damage. Do 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 do. Anybody in here? Okay, I think it was just the one room over here. But I forget if it was this room or the other room. Hi, door? Okay, it was this room. Is this a bugbear? I can't see yet. No, it's a gigas. Okay. They all look beefy. It's kind of hard to tell them apart sometimes. Okay, and gigas was lawful, if I recall, so... let's lure you over here, shall we? Well, that sucked. That was also terrible. Okay. Well, we got one bugbear out of the deal. Let's see. Okay. Let's go see our new friend. And that means we're probably also going to kick out the Bigfoot. Hello, new friend. Friend. You much food, good fire and safe. I like friend. He needs to work on his language skills a little bit, but that's fine. I need to see... Okay, so you do have labor skills. That's great. You're level 9. What level are the rest of us? Level 19. Okay, so you got a lot of catching up to do, but that's okay. I think I can work with this. Even though he's level 9 and he's got points in Hunt and Thwart. Maybe? I'm not going to know until I level him up. But I think I can work with this. It's not going to be terrible. It's not going to be as bad as Bato. He is neutral, so... Yeah, the Thwart is not the end of the world. The Hunt, not great. Actually, he might be getting synergy from something. I don't know. He has Pack Mule? Oh, he has Pack Mule. Right, that's one of the reasons why I wanted Bugbears. So yeah, he's gonna be a big friend. Can I rename you? Oh well. And hey, he's got clothing on. Sort of. At least he's got underwear on. Alright. We're gonna bring him with us. We just gotta figure out what we're equipping him with. Well, we're definitely gonna put pants on you. Actually, hold on. Protection 40. We're gonna switch this. What else do we want on you? He's got fight and hunt, so he's gonna be a little bit of a distance fighter. A whip is not gonna do it. This does not have extra damage on it. You want to borrow Nazar's scythe? Maybe? Yeah, let's give this to him. Well, that's weird. You click on it with nothing in it and it lights up. That's different. Let's see. Oh, I'm carrying an extra thigh plate. Okay. What else did we have? We had something else. Oh, Nazar was carrying its a battered blade, which we can forge. But we need to figure out an accessory for him. Let's just go ahead and give you a pair of fuzzy boots. There. You're properly barbarian looking now, I guess. Movement 1, protection 5, movement 1, evasion 5. Eh, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll see what happens. Let's swap him in for Nazar. Yeah, he's got sort of an even assortment of stuff. He's not specialized right now. We're gonna need somebody who can do some damage, so I think we need Wolfie to stay in the party. And then Kinnapak, we're probably gonna have to dismiss him. We're not strictly needing to at this very moment. But we are going to need... we're going to need something. Let's go over to the wooded shoreline. I don't think we haven't done that yet. Actually, hold on. Fort Gallier, did your level change when I did that? No, it's still level 10. Okay. Yeah, so that must have been a combination of Nazar fumbling and just a really lucky roll. Oh, lucky. That's what he needs. Here. Do we have a ring for you? Oh, don't tell me we don't have anything with lucky on it. Oh, it's fine. Okay, you can have your boots back. All right. Microphones, stay up here. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to test this later. My what is it called? A boom? The metal thingy that holds the mic. It might be strong enough to hold my mic. It might actually be slowly sinking. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Wooded shoreline, a broad path between the water's edge and the forest, winds along the rocks here. Visibility is good, but that holds true for creatures lurking nearby as well. I actually took off the shock mount. It is attached directly to the boom arm. Lucio, bad smell. Well, buddy, there's probably monsters or something around. Also, when was the last time you had a bath? Like, if you're complaining about a bad smell, just make sure that it's not localized. Oh, look, there's some water right here. Oh, hi. Okay, it smells like lizards, I guess. no, I totally made a mistake as to who was where. You're just a bit too far away. You're gonna have to dance a bit. Oh shoot, I just realized Kirillo does not have any camaraderie. Everybody else is neutral. This is fine. You guys can afford to fumble, I cannot. Oh, that was quick. Sure. Gah, you win! Finish me already. We're going to negotiate for ransom. Take it then and let me go. Bye, Keegan. Thank you for the broadsword. Wow. You had a nice weapon. Oh, I forgot to forge those two together. Shoot. Oh well, it's fine. Maybe we'll find more lizard people and steal their broadswords. God, that guy's huge. You puny! I gotta pay attention to whose turn it is. I really do. We're going to... Yeah, he has to spend a turn, so we're gonna do this way. Okay. Hey! We're getting a raid. Vexlar, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. For anyone who is coming in from Vexlar's stream, I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I am a bit of a variety streamer. I like to focus on orc-related content if I can, but I also do a lot of retro stuff. How's the game going? It's going alright. We just recruited a bugbear. That's Lucio here. He's the big guy. We needed more laborers. For anybody who's interested in what the game is about and what we're doing, exclamation point BB for game info and exclamation point BB roster if you are interested in potentially joining our crew. But yeah, how you doing, Vexlar? It's good to see ya. You need to end the bastard bonds. You mean you haven't finished the game yet? Let's see. We are having everybody defend. Yes, hesitate for us. Give us your sword. You want it? Come and get it. Okay. Wolfie, heal me. We need this guy to settle down. So you defend, I will defend. regenerate, did you? No. Yeah, so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get this Saurian to hesitate and drop what he's holding. Because he has broadswords. If we get 2 of them, we forge them together, we make a better weapon. But he has to kind of cool his jets and actually hesitate first. So we're giving him that opportunity. We're allowing him to ponder his life's choices and whether or not he wants to continue down this path of trying to poke me with his sword. I say try because he's not successful. When is that poison gonna wear off? Jeez. Okay, Mr. Lizard Man. Again, we've only got a finite amount of patience, and you're starting to wear it thin. Who rescued me? Nazar. Although we re-rolled, I asked chat, I took a vote in chat, whether we would get Orc Husbando, whether or not we would do a limited re-roll, or if we would just take the first whoever it is. So chat decided that we would aim for Nazar. It took us a few tries, but we did get him. Yeah, Nazar is the best. Okay, so again, Mr. Saurian, consider very carefully your actions. Now, consider carefully your next action. Take it then and let me go. A smart decision. Now we have 2. That was a lot of hassle. There's a chest. I believe that there's a problem with that chest. I'm not going to get it yet. I'll do it later. Poor Lucia. I no like. Sorry, buddy. We know that this is a weird place and it's scary, but the experience will do you good. Gonna grab some food, probably get some rest, enjoy the game. Well, thank you very much, Vexlar, and thank you again for trusting me with your community, coming by, hanging out. Do what you need to de-stream, to unwind, to refuel. I hope you enjoy some delicious om-noms, and I hope you have a nice, restful rest of the evening. So, we'll catch you later. Let's put you here. You can go here. Okay, you didn't quite make it. That's okay. Whoops. Uh-oh. Wolfie, can you be gentle? Wolfie, that wasn't gentle. It's almost 3 a.m. Got a bit carried away playing The Wolf Among Us. That is a great game. Wolf was playing that not too long ago as well. Wait a minute, isn't there supposed to be a sequel for that coming out soon? I thought that I had heard that there was going to be a Wolf Among Us 2. Which I am very interested in, because The Wolf Among Us, like the first game, it was a really well done game. Oh wait, never mind. We have one more thing to do. we have that chest that we're going to regret touching. Okay. Because I know that something happens, I just don't remember what. We're gonna get everybody out of the way. The sequel has planned to be released, but no specific date. Ah, okay, I got you. Okay. Let's hope that the positioning that I selected here is not terrible. Except how Wolfie was gentle. Thank you very much for the clip. I appreciate it. I do have URLs turned on if you decide that you want to post the clip. But yeah. Wolfie has not been gentle today. We've had a little trouble rating him in. He's very excited. And we love that about him. The enemies don't appreciate it. The enemies tend to get turned into a fine mist. But that's okay. We don't want to hold Wolfie back from his full potential. Anyway, let's see what's in the chest. There's nothing inside the chest. It wasn't locked or even properly latched. More experience fodder. Oh no! Positioning was slightly bad. Who is... Oh boy, none of you have defense power. This sucks. Quick. Everybody do terrible things to this Haglin. Thank you. Oh, you're too far away to blast these guys? Wow. I'm gonna defend you. Your strength is too much, what can you say? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're not gonna make it this turn. It's not even a full moon. That's very true. Probably should have picked a different target. Oh, you can attack. Okay, you can't attack that one. 1, 2. Okay. And that is that. And there is still nothing in here. Yeah, okay. It doesn't change. Cool. So that takes care of that. Oh, items. I have not been checking. A few recently discarded provisions remain in this sack. So we've got bland soup and dry pretzel. Those are gonna get sold. Who needs the full moon? Wolfie doesn't, apparently. Wolfie is just like, I love blast magic. Kaplow. I think the little shiny here, let me move you a little bit here so I can show this off a little bit more. I think the custom avatar, the custom sprite we gave you with this shiny on your hand, I think that was very appropriate here. You've definitely been doing some heavy burst magic there. And just as an FYI, if there is, like, customizations after the fact that you want done on your sprite, you know, signify some growth or anything like that, just let me know. I'll see what I can put together in Photoshop. Okay, I think we are done here. Okay, not bad. Alright. So now we can see where Lucio's attributes have been placed. After we work with Kirillo. want to get we want to get the 4th pip here for the bonus on attack. Okay. You have Guile 7 and Force 13. I don't know where those 7 points have been placed. Where have they been placed? I have no idea how the math on this works. Let's see. You can do thwart challenges, but you're not good at it. Carrying load increases by 1. Stacks with mule and magic bat. So here's a question. I don't think... Hang on. Your temp labor reduces damage. Carrying load increases by 1. So I doubt it. Because I think Pack Mule just maximizes it at 5. But if I were to get these extra slots, that's not going to give him like 6, 7 slots or anything like that, right? Because I think the game... I don't think there's enough room in the graphics for more than 5 per person. 9 in attack, 9 in utility. Yeah, I'm just wondering where the heck they were distributed. Oh well, this is fine. We do want him to be a laborer. So we should be good there. Yeah, because it's 14 squared is his contribution. So we actually do just want to focus on utility. So he's got some points here somewhere that are quote-unquote wasted, but it's fine. It just means that he's going to be able to help a little more in battle compared. I'm not sure how to parse his face. He looks almost like a Ninja Turtle. A very, very muscular Ninja Turtle. But yeah, that'll do for him. Alright. Let's look at the party composition here for a sec. We still need to get Carrillo caught up. We need to get Lucio caught up. We're gonna take care of Kennepack here because we know that we're not gonna utilize him, so there's no sense in keeping him prisoner, as it were. I think. Let me check and see what his contribution is. How do I find that? Oh, base. What other monsters to look for? Big, beefy, and neutral. Oh, Kennepack is actually contributing 276. And Lucio is contributing 392. So we are actually going to leave Kennepack here for a little bit. He's got enough something somewhere that he's fine for now. But you can see, like, when we've got focused laborers like Bato, Zentgraf, Raven, where's Reppin? Oh, Reppin's lawful, so his contribution isn't quite as significant. But yeah, Bato, Zentgraf, and Raven, they are... they're focused a little bit more on things. Bato, I was able to kind of... I don't know how I got his contribution to be literally the highest of everybody. Bato, what did I do to you? Apparently I just focused on labor. I didn't respec him, did I? No, I couldn't have. Ugh. Robust, strength, hardworking, stamina, mule, and good pop. Yeah, he just has the normal human stuff. I should probably look and see what all Lucia has. Okay. Okay, maximized at 5, so yeah, he won't get any more carry capacity. You are resistant to Rex, but take additional damage from Nyx and Pox. I gotta be careful of that. Your natural magic is Rexus instead of Arcus. Well, you're not a magic user, so that's fine, but... additional hit points, score critical hits more often, physical damage proportion, I think that's just from the what's it? Physical attacks increase your target's risk. Temp labor, yeah, these are just from the stuff. Okay. So Pack, Mule, Rex, Soul, and Robust and Vicious are the passives that this one gets. They get a lot of passives. I'm gonna have to do a monster run at some point. After I feel pretty satisfied that I've seen everybody's stories and whatnot, I think I'm gonna have to, like, just do a run. Maybe even a challenge run where I kick Bato and the rescuer out. And I'm only allowed to conscript monsters. I'll have to think about that. I don't know if that's something I'll do on stream or not, though. We'll see. Either way, we need... Lucio, we need your weapons. And this food is gonna go here. Let's talk to... Where'd you go? You're right next to me. Let's get our weapon worked. Oh, hold on. Okay. Do we want to ruin the Brad catch? Is it too early? I don't even know where we use it yet. We'll think on that. Hey, Myrtel, do something with this moldy shield. Take this other random thing that looks like junk. Combine it into something cool. No, okay. This moldy shield probably actually is worthless, and so's the weighted cog, but yeah. Well, you know where to get swords now? Yes, if I need to get swords quick, I know one place to do it. Because that is up to 3, depending on how excited Wolfie gets. All right. We do want... Yeah, we're gonna want Lucio and Carrillo. We need more levels for them. So now that we've done the wooded shoreline, let's do treasure trail. Did I not save before? Hang on a second. Okay. I got very confused for a moment. I'm good now. There are recently constructed huts dotting this coastal trail. There aren't signs of recent usage, however, so whoever built them has probably moved on. Oh. This sack seems to be full of foodstuffs. It seems as if the campsite was hastily abandoned. What was the button for that again? R. Okay, I think that's it. So we found a smoked tenderloin, some hearty chili, and a hard crust. That's a pretty good meal right there. Those are some om-noms. Nom 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 nom. Ham. Everything looks fine here for now. That's not gonna last long. I remember this area has a thing, and if I do the thing... Oh, there's a chest. Hello. Money and a sapphire. Is that it? That was it. Okay. Well, that is handy. So I believe I do a thing, and we get enemies. So we're gonna hold off on that one just a little bit. I'm not sure if there's like any other chest that I missed or something, like a sack or whatever. It's a treasure hunt. Literally. I think there's something up here. Hello. Hi. Oh. They're fast puppies. Just in case. Oh. You can't do anything right now. They smell the ham and are coming for it. I don't blame them. This is a finely smoked tenderloin. Oh well. It ran up to us and then it was like, wait a minute, this is a bad idea. You cannot communicate with it, so it flees. Gus. It went up to beg for the ham. I think they both were realizing that that ham was not worth the effort. So I appreciate that they both smartly ran away. Oh, hang on, we're not done yet. Well. Really? Okay. It was a line of sight issue. Not gonna risk it. Oh, it doesn't have fleet. I didn't have to worry. Not close enough. Boom. Big bada boom. I can imagine Lucio say, "Hello, puppy. Yes, I have ham. No, you may not have it." And now you miss. Wait, why am I attacking? That sound when something appears always startles me. I know! Okay. This is not where I want everybody positioned. Okay, I didn't know if there was anything in here. It's fine. Yeah, this whole area may be empty, I don't know. This might actually be a recruit area for the roster. I don't actually remember. Oh, okay. Okay, and it does not allow you to clear it, so you actually do have to go to that area I pointed out, and you have to interact with it. So this could get messy. I mean, it's fine. I kind of expected to do so. I was gonna come back here anyway. Lucia, you wanna come join us, please? Thank you. Yes, yes. Bad smell. There's still enemies around. Oh. That's why. Okay. We have found a Luxic lens. Hang on, guys. Can you come over here, please? Okay, there's nothing there. Alright. So, I don't recall whether or not it matters if you light this fire pit. There will be an encounter. I'm going to go ahead and... it appears to be a signifier meant to be viewed at a great distance. I'm going to go ahead and light it. This will result in an encounter. I don't know for certain, but... seems like it's optional. Lighting is optional. I'm not sure if the encounter is optional. Yeah, that's true. I could just exit from here, and it wouldn't trigger the script. But... Then we'd only be at 75% experience, and who wants that? Okay, Kirillo. Lucio, I don't want you to get hurt, so we're gonna put you over here for now. And let's make myself a little more enticing. So we've got 2 Saurians and a Titan. And I believe we said Titans were lawful, so no recruiting this one. Really? Wait a minute. Oh, that must have been Kirillo's turn. Whoops. This is fine. Oh, jeez. Titan might end up going down pretty quick. Okay, Saurian, you can, like, stop what you're doing. Ooh, okay. Can't get Wolfie where I can be healed, so... Would you hesitate? Look, the both of you are gonna bleed out if you don't watch it. I really can't afford to let this Titan keep hitting me. Okay, you die now. And I don't need a broadsword that badly. Okay. That did not go according to plan, but it's fine, we survived. I don't think those guys would hesitate. Oh, you know what? You might be right because of how they're scripted. I'm not entirely sure how that works. Wolfie gets a level up. Shall we make you explode enemies even harder? Because we do want to get you to the Emarcus ability. It's taking so much time to get there. Scripted ones have a different behavior. Yeah. Our bugbear friend is going to get more labor points. I can probably divide his focus between a bunch of stuff if I really want to, but... this is fine. Kirillo, more fight, please. As someone would shout, promoted! Yes, a minor promotion, but a promotion nonetheless. Upkeep 13,852, supports 38. Yeah, that's a lot. We got other places to do. That basically gets all that area done. Let us go back. Alright, where are we at in terms of level? 15 and 16. We're getting there. Let's go ahead. Those Titans hurt even if on defense mode. Yeah, that was a little much. Like, I was defending and they were doing like 17. And it didn't help that I was poisoned, because that... I healed 22, got poisoned for 15, so that's not much of a net gain, so I really couldn't keep doing that. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I think what we're gonna do... Now, Grin's level 18 as well, so that's not gonna... Yeah. Let's bring Raven in for a little bit. Just to get her another level. Like, we're cycling through everybody, so... But we're trying to get the people we want caught up to be caught up. Alright. Lucio. Hearty chili. Oops. No more dry turkeys. Sell the cookie. Yeah, we are overflowing in food, so it's going to end up getting sold. Hard crust is definitely going to be going there. We now have 2 sapphires. Cool. I do not know what to do with the extra. Didn't we have 2 onyx? Yeah, we had 2 onyxes as well. And 2 diamonds. we are rolling in gems, and I do not know what to do with the spares yet. Because I don't have memorized, like, what I need to be able to defend against. Alright, I don't think anybody else had anything. Because Lucio's basically carrying all the things. We have Raven with us. She's equipped with a bow. It is a good bow, question mark. Okay. Let's see how we do. Old archive. I don't know if I want to do this one quite yet because this might be where Vancan is, and I'm not sure that I'm ready. I know he's in one of these archives. We'll go inside real quick. This old archive is holding up fairly well despite some obvious charring on the outside walls. I did not save. I want to go outside. Okay. Yeah, this is where we pick up fan can, and I don't want to do that yet. So we will come back to that later. Whoops, I didn't read it. Hang on, I'll read it. The Young Trail. This forest trail is littered with young growth, as though it was cleared within the last several years. I already saved. Okay, that's why I was considering Grin, because we don't have anybody to be a comrade for a Kirillo. This is fine. Oh! A Wendigo, a Dullahan. I don't think that's where heads usually go. And that looks like a zombie. You're not close enough to do anything. We're just gonna defend. Oh, there's two zombies. I might need Lucio to take a step back. Oh, fresh zombie. Okay. What? I don't know what happened there. Okay, I think that Wendigo must have done something when it attacked. It immediately gave me the fumble status, and then I took the damage afterwards. So that's a little dangerous. A mangled tree. There's a mangled, scraggy tree standing here with barely any branches on it. I can cut it or leave it. Leave it? Because I don't know if I want to touch that right now. Oh! Oh, that's just a ton of zombies right there. Yeah, they are kind of surrounding me. And of course, every time one goes down, they're gonna just jump right on it and eat it. By the way, did anybody notice when Bato fell for the very first time that he got eaten? That was gross, a little. I don't think Bato appreciated it. Wait, why are you moving? I thought it was already in combat range. Oh, shoot. I was trying to move Raven. That was a mistake. Okay. There we go. Storm shelter. Well, any port to storm. Oh. Hello. This man is dressed in rags. His eyes are sparks of bloody red, and his lips are pulled taut by large fangs. It's very obvious that he is a vampire. Got through all them zombies, did ya? Cute. He turns his head and spits on the floor, then adjusts his crotch, blatantly sizing you up. Well, I won't mess with you. If you're taking this road, you must be heading east, right? Frico controls the paths heading that way. Lucky for you, Frico and I, we're real good. You want to see Frico? I can get you in. Hell, it's why good old Byrne is here, to guide folks like you to his frilly magnificence. I gotta wait here till someone wants to go, so tell me if you're in. Well, I know that's where eventually we need to go, but, there are things I want to do first. Nope. Uh-oh. Your pathing is a little bit off there, and thank goodness for that. Oops. I was trying to get the attention of one of them, not all of them. This round I think I'm alright to attack. He's just not going to be able to do much, and I have to wait, so... I'm worried about the Wendigo. Oh, thank goodness it fumbled. It's not dead after 97 damage? That is a very fresh zombie. Run away, zombie. Actually, that's not who I want to attack. Stop with all the crits. Gonna have to wait around. Wait. Oh, I'm entangled, that's why. Oh, shoot. There. Problem solved. Just in case. Yeah, I think it's random when negative status effects wear off, if they wear off. I do believe that there are items you can consume to clear the status, but I don't have any, so it's kind of whatever. What monstrosities are we... Oh, okay, nothing in here. Oh, there's a bunch of skulls. And a satchel. There are a few unbroken bottles remaining in this dead man's satchel. That fucking scared me! Yeah, in fact, there's one of the items that do that now. The wine tincture has normalize, which I believe removes negative status ailments. Might also remove positive ones? Not sure. But yeah, that noise startled me! Skeleton got what he deserved. Okay. I'm not gonna go back and cut down that tree because this is... I'm not Charlie Brown and it's not Christmas. Shrewd, greatly improve the success rate of ransom. So if we're gonna go looting, we need Raven with us. Three levels, huh? You must have labor and thwart. But then where did... I don't know how this guy's points are distributed. So he would have like 7 slots if Pack Mule like stacked with that. That would be great, but alas. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, so close. It's fine. Okay. So, Lucio and Kirillo are caught up. So we'll bring Nazar back in. Who is not 18? We've got Repin, Zentgraf, Lars, Grieve, and Val. So we'll probably be swapping Val with Nazar in a bit here. But let's bring Lars and Repin. Oh wait, Lars is chaotic. Oh well. Too bad. Repin and Nazar are lawful, so they will synergize, so. So I'm gonna have to watch it, and Lars is gonna have to watch it as all. Let's actually do this. Because, darn it, I want a cookie. Let's go ahead and put some of these lenses, tuck them away for now. You hear cookie. Yes, we're bringing a cookie with us. A cookie has joined the party. Because I don't want to sell them all. I want to actually utilize one at some point. Oh, you know what I've not been doing? I've not been talking to anybody. I'm supposed to talk to people. Hello, Reppin. Hello, Nazar. Cookie will not be part of the party for long. No. Ideally not. If Cookie is part of the party for a long time, it might end up a little stale. Okay. I think we already said hi to Reppin, but we did not say hi. Can you all hold still? How's our bugbear doing? Friend! You much food, good fire and safe. I like friend. Yes, and Ken and Peck, we appreciate all your hard work. Okay. Lucio is now contributing 722. It's not as much as Raven or Zentgraph or even Bato, but it's fine. I don't want to have to completely respec him. We need 2,500 surplus and 1 vacancy in order to get another service. Because I do eventually want to get more porters. Wait a minute, I've got 2. Oh, yeah, I need the 3rd. For a moment, I thought I only had 1, but yeah, that it's... my brain is not braining. I'm tired. I stayed up a little bit too late last night. I had a very busy day today. And it's gonna be a very busy week. Let's go ahead. I believe the logging camp is where we find Paul, and I think Paul has good labor skills. I think. If we're doing that, though, we do not have a laborer. Who is our best laborer? Either Zantgraph or Bato. Let's see. You've got 728, 650, and 418. So yeah, we will grab Bato. You equipped with. You do not have a weapon. I don't think we need one for this map, but just in case, I'd rather be safe than sorry. So we're gonna have you borrow Raven's bow. Also, I am really slowing in the level ups. A small camp is set up here. A logging camp, judging by the large number of nearby felled trees. Yep, this is the map. Hello, Paul. He's a gigajack. Oh, hello. Not a lot of visitors way out here. Did you need something? We are not subtle. I want you. Oh ho, is that so? That's quite a thing to ask for, you know. Even if you manage to talk me into it, I have a lot of trees to fell. I've already been paid for it, and I can't leave until the job is done. You understand. I do understand. I'm gonna turn on your light for you. Lars, I don't think Bato needs your help. You can come over here to watch. There's a woodcutter's axe lodged in the stump here. Will you try to cut down a tree? Yep, best of 3. There we go. You spend some time felling a tree. You spend some time felling a tree. You spend some more time felling a tree. And yet, more time felling a tree. Nah. We were doing really good there. We actually got 100% experience for this zone. It looks like you've cut down all of the trees in the stand. You return the axe to the stump. That was actually really good. We only had one that was barely, and everything else was the best possible result. So that was really good. Was that you making all that noise out back? You cut down all those trees? Well, fuck. Sorry, what was it you wanted again? You, big guy. You. Well, you scratched my back, so it's only fair that I scratch yours, right? Just give me a minute to gather up some things. Alright, I got just about everything. Ready? This place isn't actually mine. I just used it for a bit while working on this job. In fact, you could probably bring your crew in and camp out if you think it's a good spot. It's safe enough. Nothing really bothered me. Of course, I'm fucking huge, so, you know, not much bothers me. You ready to go? Let's go. Alright, this should be fun. Where are we off to? Oh, okay, I guess we have to come back later. Okay, guys, let us go. That didn't even help when I got a level up. I think I need more guard. I also need more ward, but yeah, that Gigas or Titan or whatever it was that was smacking me around a bit, that was not cool. You need more labor. You need more fight. You also need more fight. That is funny that we didn't fight a damn thing. We all got to level up. Okay. We will do the talk to everybody game. Because again, we don't know how this works. And I don't believe I found any sources when I tried to find out myself. Just general talk to everybody advice is the only thing I was able to find. Admittedly, I didn't look very hard, though. Hello, Paul. Hi, Paul. What can I do for you, shorty? You know, I could get used to this. Lots of hands to share the work with, lots of conversation at the fire. I sort of forgot what it's like being around this many people. Giants don't get opportunities like this every day, you know. Indeed. Talk to Lucio. Talk to Kirillo. Talk to Grin. And Reppin. And I think that's everybody. Did I talk to Raven? And Bato. Because I think I talked to them, but I wasn't sure. Alright. So, another lawful. Bleh. But at least he's kind of aligned where he needs to be in terms of fight versus labor. So, there's that. He has Pack Mule, Rex Soul, Robust, and Overwhelming. Plus all of his skill abilities. Yay! We need to go back there and get that axe, I thought. We're getting another raid! Reppin, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And we just got a campfire scene. But welcome in everybody from Reppin's stream. Thank you so much for raiding and for joining us tonight. How is Alan Wake going? Let me actually do a shout out. I forgot to do a shout out for Vexlar earlier. Oh, I'm terrible at this. So shout out Reppin Wolf. I'll give Vexlar a shout out in a little bit here. But yeah, how is Alan Wake going? That night, Raven comes to see you. Another quiet night. It's good to have those again. I can't believe what a mess I got into, getting shipped out here like this, being forced to fight just to survive. I thought I'd die starving and alone in some old burned-out basement. If I hadn't met you, I probably would have. I know our meeting was awkward, but I'm glad you came along when you did. Thank you. This isn't much, but I'd like you to have it. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. You're doing well? Awesome, awesome. And she has given us... what is this? I don't know what this is. But for purposes of sorting, this is going to replace your lucky ring. So now we have a lucky ring we can give to somebody. What is this? What does this look like? It's like it's trying to be a hat, but it's made out of stone? Is it cake? I don't know what this is. Like a flask. Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like a flask. I don't know. Yeah. How has your adventures in the waking world gone? And if there's anybody new that came along with Reppin's stream, because I do need to practice doing this, my name is Iagra. I'm the Orcish Fiddler. I am an orc. I'm a variety streamer. I do retro stuff, and I do orc-related stuff. That's about all I got. It's been interesting. It's still been everything that you've been hoping. We have been maintaining that high. Oops, let's not do that. Okay. What am I doing? I'm hitting the wrong buttons. You all are 17, Bato's 19. We can actually swap out Valentine. Reppin. Actually, Reppin is going to be in the rear. Okay, Reppin is lawful, Valentine is neutral. So ideally we have somebody else who's lawful. Grieve, I guess. Actually, no. We'll grab Paul. He's lawful. We need to get him a level. Let's see if we can find a pair of pants big enough for Paul. Give you that. We need bow. And we'll give you a lucky ring. Let's see, Reppin. You are equipped and good to go. Val. You are actually, you've got enough defense that we can go ahead and keep you with a cold blade. You don't need the extra range. Okay, we're set. Where do we want to go now? Braduk Labor Camp. I feel like I need Nazar for that. I think he has some dialogue if I go there with him, so... Leaning Watchtower, Cavern Hideaway. Let's go to this hideaway. Let's see what shenanigans we will encounter here. This cave appears to once have been used to house a great deal of people. It might be a good place to hide out. What is hiding in the hideaway? Oh, I have a faint memory of this. Anyone caught stealing supplies will be driven out. We cannot survive if we do not work together. Thank you for understanding. Your cooperation is appreciated. Hello. Oh. It's the snow sasquatches. I can talk today. He's got a bow, you've got that. Okay, we're good. Let's see if it drops something for us. We don't have Raven with us, but it's fine. Actually, who's going to be better to do this? Paul might actually be slightly better, I don't know. Well, no, maybe Repid would be better for this? Stop! That tickles. Okay, you're being rude and we're going to have to kill you if you don't think about your life choices. These guys sting. Finally! Yes, take and I go. What did you drop? Soft shoes. Okay. Movement 2. Not terrible, but... So, it's ironic that Val was the one that said that that cookie is not gonna last very long, because Val's the one that's gonna eat it. Oh my god, shoes. Let's get some shoes. Let's get some shoes. Let's get some shoes. Oh my god. Shoes. Admittedly, I am more of a boot kind of man. Same. Yeah, my current... Oh no, it's a heffalump! My current favorite pair is a pair of old, Chippewa logger boots. They don't make them anymore with the leather on the inside. Recruit the mammoth? I don't know if we can. None of us speak animal. I want... Actually, I can go here. There we go. Holy shit! We are not recruiting the mammoth. We are putting that thing down. Can I have a cookie? We're not done clearing this, and now I'm a little bit concerned. What's my maximum hit points? It doesn't tell me. That's not helpful. Roughly half, though, so I'll go ahead and eat the smooth truffle, I guess. Not expecting to go through the food right now, but it is what it is. I mean, I could just put Valentine in front. She is at least as good, if not slightly better, at defending against physical attacks. Yeah, I've got a lot of food. It's fine. Paul says, "We've got this one," and immediately misses. Ugh. More Yetis. Must head to bed. Alright, Wolf, no problem. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you helping us blow things to a bloody pulp. But I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. So you take care. Bye for now. We'll catch you later. We'll put you here, we'll put you here, we'll put you here. Jeez, they hit hard. Yeah, I'm not gonna fiddle fart around with hesitation on that one. They hit too hard. Not seeing any goodies. It just looks like this is a place to upgrade your camp. Which is fine. Any other lights? No? No. Okay. That takes care of that. Very spacious indeed. We're gonna work on Valentine's defense. Paul gets more labor skill. Let's see. So he's contributing 600. Reppin, let's work on your weave. Now, if we can get Reppin to be able to do mind to speak, then he can recruit animals. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. One of these days, Reppin will be able to talk to squirrels. Upkeep is over 18,000, but it supports 44. We would need so many laborers. $18. Okay, what do we got left in terms of needing to level up? 17. Kennepack is going to eventually be leaving the party, so we're just going to leave him as he is. Well, and that's kind of a problem because it's the average of the band that is resulting in the levels of things. Well, my 20 should be countering his 16, but yeah, at some point we're probably gonna have to give Kennepack the boot. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Grieve is lawful. Zentgraf is neutral. We need somebody else who's lawful. Or alternatively, we can just do this. Let's grab Mariah and Lars. Yeah. Let's have Mariah and Lars rip shit up. Let's see, Mariah. Mariah needs to borrow the scythe. I don't know why the closed captioning keeps calling it side instead of scythe. Oh, now it says it. It's because I'm not doing a hard TH. I'm calling it a scythe instead of a scythe. Closed captioning. Brought to you by somebody who doesn't know how to say scythe. Or speak clearly, apparently. Yeah, and the closed captioning has turned into something that is just too much, it requires too much bandwidth, so unfortunately I'm not able to edit after the fact. It's just going to be, it is what it is, when it gets uploaded to YouTube. So, sorry anybody watching in the future. Closed captioning is not very good when it comes to voice to text. Yet. Maybe someday. What was I doing? Who do we have? Mariah and Lars. Lars needs a bow. Does anybody remember what the assassin soul was from? That was from a knife, right? Yeah, that was from a knife. Okay. Yes, okay. Who was the neutral person we had? Zentgraf? Where's our other bow? Paul has it. The Leaning Watchtower of Pizza. A watchtower juts above the treetops here. It might still be sturdy enough to get a good view of the surrounding terrain. Oh boy, is this another thing where I light it and we get enemies? Guess he doesn't remember. Oh, there's nothing to light. Oh wait, yes there are. We've got sconces. So is this like somebody's little Minecraft thing? Yeah, Mariah and Lars both will just rip stuff apart. Okay, I don't know what the point of this place was. There wasn't even any experience awarded. It was just, here's a place. Okay. Supports 9, band of 16, insufficient capacity. Yeah, that's a free place to claim. Yeah, but there's a lot of upgrades before then, so. Rusted Gate. Let's go ahead and hop into it. Despite being made of rusted metal paneling, this gate is still very sturdy. So let's light up this stuff. Let's see what it has to say. This pedestal is cluttered, not clustered, with flaking rust. There's an inscription on the very top. I'm getting a little sleepy, apparently. It reads, "There is no sting worse than that of Zosark. Prove you can endure it." Okay, I don't know how. I mean, I know how, I just don't know specifically which item it wants. We'll get it eventually. A military facility. This building looks like it used to be some kind of military outpost, but it's in shambles and would be worthless as a stronghold. A nearby gatehouse might offer a decent shelter for a night at the very least. I wonder if this is a place where we could find a friend. But we don't have any more friends at the moment to find. We have recruited all of the custom roster that we can. This gate appears to be badly seized. It would be easy enough to climb it, but without easy access, the area beyond would be worthless as a stronghold. The building appears to be Sarathi, probably built by orcs for use by orcs. I don't like that sentence. Like, it doesn't flow. Like, the usual flow of that is, By orcs for orcs. I don't know. I tripped on it. That's all. I can't do anything here. Okay. Cool. Like, I would love to just explore it. That would be fun. Haven't y'all ever heard of, that thing that I don't remember the words for because I'm a very tired orc? Urban exploration? Yeah, that. Haven't you guys heard of urban exploration? Let us explore. Let us climb. Oh well. Hedgefort Gardens. There's a strange villa tucked away in the forest here. Oh, I think I remember this place. I like how we've brought our two, like, major murderers, and, like, we've yet to have a combat encounter. Hedgefort Gardens Cafe. Open. You all wait out here. It's a little crowded. There's an Oni. He's too busy laying into a slab of honey-glazed ham to pay any attention. Yeah, I get that. A skeleton. These egg and cress sandwiches are simply divine. I must ask that fellow over there for the recipe. You can see small chunks of food littered around the skeleton's feet. Minotaur. I've been back and forth through the maze so many times, but it never seems to get old. I feel bad though. Most of the grass has worn out along the route I usually take. Evening, gents. Why not take a seat and rest a spell? I've been getting some interesting customers, to say the least. Nearly had a heart attack when that skeleton walked up to the counter. I'm not going to ask any questions, though. They just seem to want to relax, and so long as there's no nonsense, I've got nothing against them being here. Why did I see... Oh, I'm gonna light your lantern. Any other lanterns? Okay, guys, I'm trying to find something in here, so... Okay, what is the counter? Okay. I'll need to close up soon before it gets too dark, but I've still got one last platter of sandwiches here. That's 3 of my best toasted sandwiches for 125 gold. You know what? Sure. Let's go for it. Thanks! Zentgraph, you carry these for now. Also, could you, like, not put them on the floor? That would be great. Yeah, a few Monte Cristo sandwiches. So that will upgrade our string of food that we have been digging into. Wait, where'd the cookie and the pretzel come from? Why don't I remember putting these back into my inventory? I know I did it. Like, who else would have done it? I just don't remember it. I'm very tired. Hedgefort Maze open to all visitors, yeah. I ought to make a decisive move soon. No, that won't work. I could win this game blindfolded, but shifting these pieces around is taking it out of me. Gotta light all the lanterns, because at this point it's a compulsion. Okay, I'm gonna go do maze stuff, guys. I'll be back in a bit. Oh, that's right, there's snacks here. Oh my god, there's gonna be so many snacks. Oh no, there's money here. Never mind. I thought all the chests had snacks. Okay, so we're gonna go where the Minotaur hasn't before we go where he has. Okay. Because I want to make sure that we're kind of thorough here. We must find all the snacks and or gold, because that chest had gold. Actually, hold on. Nothing there. Oops. And this is like a nice little rest stop where you can sit and eat snacks if you've brought some with you. But if you didn't bring any with you, that's too bad. Oh, hi! When I get home, I shall write a book about this place. If I ever do get home. Wait, he went this way, so I want to go this way. Oops, went too far. No! There. No, that's just a circle. Somebody already got this one. It looks like somebody got to this chest already. Actually, was there? There was not. Okay. Okay. That should cover everything. Alright, and for our troubles we get, this chest is absolutely stuffed with prizes. It almost looks like there's more in here than you can carry right now. Would you like to open the chest? Yes. We got a cookie and a bow. Okay, we actually do need that. And another cookie! I like cookies. A seat. If your party is still inside the maze, you can wait for them to get here. What would you like to do? Never mind. I was smart enough to leave them at the entrance. Okay, I think that's all the goodies. The water in this fountain lies perfectly still. Even in this light, you can see your reflection in its pristine surface. Take a closer look. Yep. And suddenly we're outside, or outside the maze. So yeah, that seems to be everything that's involved here. It's just a nice little diversion. And for our efforts, we got a bunch of Monte Cristo sandwich and a couple of delicious cookies. A jam heart and an almond cookie. And no experience. That's fine. Let us go back to our stronghold. Cookie! No, this cookie goes here. Bow. Who else did we have with us? Who's carrying the other cookie? Mariah. Cookie. Who has the sandwiches? Zencraft does. Okay. Wait, what? This is fine. Carry all the cookies! I don't want to sell them. I want to eat them. We deserve cookies. Oh no, wait, I'm gonna save here. Return. Blip. Yeah, that'll do. I didn't read what this was. I'll read it when I come out. Ah! I forgot to hold shift. It doesn't help that my room is super warm right now. I think you guys are casters? Yes. Nah. Ow! Oh, right, you've got fleet. That's a problem. Oh, that's not good. Really? No, what are you doing? You're equipped with a scythe. We're just... we're gonna get them to shut up. I actually do a lot more damage to her. Really? Who wants cookies? I do. Mariah does. Nobody else does. Those little critters were rather unkind. Oh, we've got a rope. Reppin would approve. And a battered blade. Now we've got 2 ropes, Reppin. Mushrooms, okay. Amid the mushrooms in this patch, you find a variety that is edible, if not delicious. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was fast. You poke around this mushroom patch. Something quivers and lurches up out of the ground towards you. Wait. Oh. I want my hit points back. Broken column. There's a broken column of stone here, and it is irregular enough to make for easy climbing to the ledge above. Cool. That has an anchored chain, which I'm not worried about right now. I knew there was something! Amid the mushrooms is another bland mushroom. As you approach the sack, something rushes at you from behind. Uh-oh! Nice shot. We'll give them one chance. That was your chance. Oh, I should have parked Zentgraf over here to give him free heals. Oh well. Have some mushrooms, Zentgraf. They're not cookies, but they're food. Yeah, that worked out. Ah, land shark! That apparently doesn't know how to get here. Yeah, hold that thought because we need to give Zentgraf his bow back. I need a little bit better counting of stuff. Ah! Hello, spider lady. Blah. Okay, let's see if I can do a dance for experience. Nope, fumbled. You jerk. That works. What did you drop? A broadhead. Nothing edible here. A bludgeon. A crumbling pillar and a water bath. I don't know if I want to go up here yet. There's like a little place there. I don't know if the pillar goes there or what. Bleh. Let me think. I'll look at the bath first, I guess. Seeing your reflection in the crystal clear water, you can see that the last few battles have left you rather filthy. The fountain is practically inviting you to wash your face. You see your face upon the fountain's water. How dirty. Come, wash your face. I didn't get the quote exactly right from Final Fantasy, but it's close enough. Wash it or wear it. Wear the dirt, right. I don't know. Sure. Oh, it's healing. Cool. That was a waste. I wasn't as dirty as I thought then. Alright. From atop this pillar, you could probably climb to the ledge above. However, it does not look sturdy, and it would not be an easy climb. Zentgraf, is this something you can do? Oh, it is thwart. Oh, we don't have somebody who can do thwart. Should we go back for somebody? Or just try it? Because it's worst of 3, and that's, like, kind of shitty odds. Is there... Hold on. There doesn't seem to be anywhere else to go. Except there, so that's gotta progress it. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, wait, no, there's a broken column right here. Oh, okay, up we go. Yeah, I will do that later. As you poke, okay, something quivers. And you're dead. I'm going to eat your brains now. Nom 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 nom. There's only 1 hit point, but it's fine. Hey! That was rude. Okay, this is not looking great. Okay. Shall we dance? Nope. Why do land sharks have antique coins? That feels like a strange decision. A sturdy rock. I'll deal with it later. Signal fire. Good? Bad? You light the signal fire to indicate to the rest of your band that this area has been secured. If you say so. Oh, okay. A stick. Anything else? Nope, okay. You poke the mushroom patch, but don't find anything edible. Really? Okay, well, we still got a couple places we can check out. Oh, it's over here. Wrong rock. Now, this rock is firmly anchored. If you had a rope, you could climb to the lower ledge from here. I have a rope. I said I have a rope. Look, what is this? Oh, I have to actually have it in my inventory. I got it. When you reach the lower ledge, you see a number of mushrooms with faces waddling around. They have seen you, but do not seem to be particularly concerned. Okay. Cool. Well. Okay, bye. Maybe I have to do something in that other area first. Which means going back for somebody who has thwart, so... Exit! At least they didn't know you ate their friend's brains, right? Let's see, Mariah. Intimidating all enemies will hesitate more frequently. Your attacks cause enemies to recoil and lose their combat initiative. Raises base physical damage for you and all allies. I'd like to get her crit up a little bit. And for Lars, we're gonna go for fight. And present graph later, of course. Let us have a chat with everybody. And after we're done talking with everybody, I guess we are going to... grab Raven? Yeah, she's our only thwart character. Inventory management. Broadhead, broadhead. Oh, we got bows we gotta do too. What else we gotta do? Oh, coins. We don't need. Forgot to put those down. We've got way too many things. Okay, let's try and get this broken down a little bit. Morgenstern. That will not continue. That will break. Which is fine. I think that's it. No, screw it. Mercenary Soul. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, right, we need to swap. I don't know if there's gonna be anything besides that. It should be fine. Oh, you know, we didn't check to see what Raven's new line was. Hello, is there something you need? I don't really know where this is all going or just how it's going to end up, but lately I've had the feeling that we're going to be alright. I mean, as alright as you can get while being stuck on an island like this one. I was quite terrified of some other people here, but I have to admit, it's working out well enough so far. Raven and Zentgraph. Take that. Yeep. Hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. Now where was that place? Cliffside Path, that's what it was called. Okay. Just in case I screw something up. A narrow path slices its way up the side of this cliff face. It's likely to be very dangerous. It was okay. A little dangerous, not the worst thing in the world. Hello? I can push buttons! Oh, can I have what's in here now? Picking up the sack, you discover another climbing chain hidden underneath it. In the sack itself is a handful of coins, but nothing else of note. Oh. Okay. Hey, there's a potion. And that's it. Okay. Raven, we need you. Best of 3. Good enough. The pillar is practically disintegrating beneath your feet, but you manage to use what's left of it to climb up, and you take a moment to help your party follow. No sooner does the last person arrive, however, that you spot a groggy giant scrambling for his weapon. It seems you've interrupted someone's nap. You've caught him in a foul mood, it seems. He charges straight at you. Wait a minute, I recognize this. I screwed up. Sorry. We're gonna try that again, and this time I'm gonna try not to screw it up. Also, that was a lot of money. I didn't even look at it before. Approaching this mushroom patch apparently upsets the creatures milling about. They all turn towards you and attack. What? They seem like fun guys. I suppose. We're not very good at ridding the mushroom, though. So I don't think that they appreciate our presence. Okay, that was terrible, I admit it. Wait, why did I attack? Okay, Moriah. Give us your brains. And your other brains. And apparently somewhere there was another mushroom. Where is it? It's gone. I don't know what happened. Oh, is it over here? A mouth-watering aroma sends your head into a spin when you approach this patch of mushrooms. Sitting amid less remarkable varieties is a white truffle, widely renowned for its delicate texture and intoxicating flavor. That seems important. Nothing edible. A bit of glinting metal catches your eye. Hey, a ring. I'll take that. All right. Alright, no sooner than the last person arrive, we spot a giant. We've interrupted his nap. He pauses a moment, sniffing the air conspicuously. It seems you're carrying something that he's especially interested in. Probably the rare white truffle you have in your pockets. You can have it, big guy. You hold out the white truffle to the giant, who snatches it out of your hand and noisily scarfs it down. A look of mellow euphoria washes over him. He isn't a threat at the moment. Want to be friends? What? You not afraid? You want talk? Come with us. Kronos? Interesting name. You want friend? Yes. I like friend. There we go. Oops. Wait, there's more up there. Yeah, good enough. Wait a minute. It ran the script again, but it didn't do it correctly. Wait a minute, hold on here. Okay, we got a rare key, a war axe, Hang on, something broke there. Oh, wait, what's the... A key that is junk. What? Painted chalice. Why is all this stuff over here? I'm a little confused, but okay. Whatever. I want to see something. Raven. If you're going to do that again... Oh, now it's broken. Okay. So you could have gotten experience twice there, I guess. Maybe it was because I didn't open the chest. So it gives you an opportunity to go back and get it in case you forgot. Okay. I think we're good here. Exit. And that is why there was torch that secures the area. It was? People couldn't secure it since that pillar breaks. Oh, gotcha. Anyway, we have a new friend. Kronos is a level 17 Hagen? I recognized that when I was looking up bugbears as a neutral laborer. He has Pack Mule, Max Soul, Robust, Overwhelming. Oh, he is evenly divided between Fight, Guard, and Labor. Ugh, that's messy. Well, at least it means that he's gonna be okay as a fighter, but... Not quite sure what to do about him, but it's fine. What's his contribution? 200. Not the worst in the world. But not the best. Oh well, we have him now. I guess I could respec him, I just need to get love potions. That was something else that I saw. So I know where to get love potions, I just need to be able to successfully manage it. We will take Raven with us on a trip there, and hopefully not screw it up. Where did he go? Kronos, where are you? Oh, you're way back here. What are you doing back here? Friend. Okay. Yes, I like friend too. You look like you could do some more sit-ups though. I got a bugbear friend. You can get some exercise tips from him because he's pretty beefy. Tending to the roses. Is that what they call it these days? We didn't get anything else, did we? I don't think we did. Back there is a rose garden. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Neutral. We need somebody lawful. Let's bring... let's bring Grieve in. Nazar. Where are you? Oh, we gotta shove these things in here. More stuff! You found a key. Yeah, it's a key that says junk. I don't know what the key goes to. It said, so here's the weird thing. When I opened that chest, it gave me a rare key. And then when I came out of that area, there was this key and then that chalice. The painted chalice. So, yeah, I don't know what it was about. Like, is this a key I should keep? Okay, you know what? If somebody knows, I will take that as a hint. That's perfectly fine. I'll just hold it in there for now. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the weighted cog. It's the key. It's the moldy shield. I don't know if these are actually going to be used for something. You never know what goes behind a game developer's mind. Let's see. Raven is equipped. Blorp. Nazar. And then we had Grieve. We need a bow for Grieve. Who else has a bow? Lars does. Sometimes, yeah, junk items can be used for certain things. And that's my concern. If I just go and sell it, well, what's going to happen? In fact, now, should I keep the painted chalice? I don't know. Because there's just nothing that tells me whether or not something's useful. It all says junk, and junk items are sometimes used in the same area or in a different area. I don't know. I don't know enough about the game. Anyway. I want to go back down to the abandoned barricade. Wherever that was. Where was that? Like swapping the painted chalice for a real treasure? Right. Yeah. Or combining the moldy shield with... I don't know, the gem of orcish sexiness and creating the ultimate shield that has a naked orc on its front. Anyway, we need to try to not kill an Esthedra and see if that gets us a love potion. Puppies! I need to give the puppies more room. Are you in Esthedra? I can't tell. You're not close enough. Dang it. Oh, there's two of them now. Yes! At least one of you are. Please don't crit. Okay, so we got two of them there. Oh, don't you do this! Ah! Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, stop it. Oh, it regenerates. Okay, this is going to be a little bit difficult. Ah! I'm making this more difficult on myself than it probably needs to be. There we go. Negotiate ransom. Take it and see. Oh, I didn't read that text. Didn't it say something like she's one shrewd negotiator? Okay, I'll have to read that. Oh, you jerk. You know what you've done? Okay. Ah! Oh well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. And we'll get another try eventually. Okay. It gets difficult as you get higher level against those low levels. It does. Now the question is, do we want to use it? Like, right away. Is there anybody who would benefit from having it be immediately used? Who would we need to reset? Let's look at everybody's books. We've been working on the Tsar since the beginning. Bato, he's got a little bit of fight, but not so much that I'm worried about it. Raven we've been working on to a point where she's fine. Grin is fine. Reppin is fine. Zentgraph is fine. Lars is fine. Wolfie is fine. Kirillo has been fixed. Valentine is fine. Mariah is fine as she is. Grieve... We've already got a defender, so Grieve is potentially somebody. How is Paul? He is fight, guard, and labor, and lawful. I could respec Paul. I could just make him labor focused. Like Bato. I could do that. So, let's see. I'll grab a post-it note. So our options are to reset Paul, Grieve. Okay, Paul for labor. Grieve. What would we want Grieve to be? I think Paul would be a good candidate to respec better. Yeah. What do we want Grieve? What do we want Grieve to be? Because right now he's split with fight, guard, and labor. So we either need to strip him of labor, or we need to make him focus on labor like Bato. We'll put a pin in him for now. Kinnapak. I don't want to touch him because it's... Him being chaotic and yet supplying labor is kind of weird right now. But he's giving a decent enough chunk that I'm going to keep him as it is. I kind of like, just for laborers, having somebody who's chaotic... Like, Kinnapak, I don't know if I'm... I don't know. Lucio is weird and kind of all over the place, so we might consider respecking him. And then Kronos also is on the weird side. I do not know what a Hagen is. Does anybody know what a Hagen is? Oh wait, I know what that is! He's an ice cream maker! Häagen-Dazs! Oh, that's with 2 A's though, isn't it? Maybe he just gets dizzy making the ice cream. It's Häagen-Dazs. White truffle flavor. Exactly. Okay. I think for right now we're gonna park this decision. I'll give it some thought throughout the week and figure something out. In the meantime, Kronos, how about you hold on to this porn for a little while? We have 4 more slots. We don't have enough surplus manpower yet. Do we have the option to get another bugbear yet? We do not. That's fine. Who do we have in the party right now? Oh wait, that won't work. Who else is neutral that we want in here? Oh, fine. Kennepack, you'll get a turn. Let's give you some armor. We'll give you a ring. And you can borrow somebody's bow. Let's see. We grabbed Grieve. We're going to exchange his bow for... Where's that scythe? There it is. And then Lars gets a bow. Okay, we're good there. We're good there, good there, good there. Okay. Why did I give that to Grieve? We're not bringing Grieve with us. I don't know what I'm doing. It's late. I'm tired. No, get out of there. Inventory management sucks. Okay. You give that back. You take that. And then we'll do something with you later, that's all. Cliffside cabin. There's a hobbled together cabin nestled into the base of the cliff here. It's quite conspicuous. Uh-oh. What are you, an ogre? I don't know what you are. I can't see you yet. Oh, you're over here. Okay. Hang on. It occurs to me that I could have given Kennepak a melee weapon. He's not going to be effective with it no matter what, but... yeah, Kennepak is kind of all over the place with his stats. But we need to get him leveled up, I guess. Okay. You do you. You going to hesitate? No, okay. Grin doesn't care. Grin is like, you want to give us your stuff? No? Okay, bye. Very much exploded. Yeah, don't piss Grin off. Or Wolfie, or any of the other people who has been violently exploding everybody. Who knows what might happen? We'd best not. Oh, there's a normal key. Okay. Harpies! Okay. Just a bit too far away for that one. Oh, you regenerated a little bit. Okay, you're gonna have to die then. I don't have the patience for it. You get one shot. That was your one shot. A satchel with 57 gold and a makeshift bow. Hello, hag, I guess. No more hag. Inside the crates was a Monte Cristo sandwich. Oh, what I found on the from the bookshelf. Oh, more porn. Okay. Hang on. Guys, I need a better view of this naked statue. An impressive statue of a man. While it is only roughly carved, all the features of the body are clearly defined. I'm sure that there's a story there, but there's not much else to the story, I guess. Anyway, off we go. You were so distracted by the statue? What? Did I miss something? Are we there yet? Oh, almost. He's almost got enough for the second pip of ward, too. It's so hot. Maybe a little. Okay. Kennepack, what are we doing with you? There is absolutely no point in improving his labor because he's chaotic. Everyone does it, that no one bothers to check it again. Oh, okay. I'll go back in, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what to do with him. Oh, I can claim it as a stronghold. I'm not going to, but... Upon further inspection, you find a button on the pillar of the statue underneath, the arm of the man. Wait, what? Upon further inspection, you find a button on the pillar of the statue. You find a button on the pillar of the statue underneath the arm of the man. Words are hard. When you press it, you hear a loud rumbling noise as the wall nearby opens up. Oh, right. It seems my welcome's overstayed. If I've encountered mortals, perchance this begs a getaway. I'll use one of my portals. It's that little twerp again! I still haven't figured out what he's all about. Other than he steals everything in all the chests. Okay, well, that's the next part of this, I guess. I probably would have realized that eventually when I looked at the map, but yeah, I probably wouldn't have been back here. Yeah, I would have missed it. Thank you for telling me that. I do remember doing that at one point in one of my playthroughs. I was just a dum-dum on this one. I'm very tired, so I appreciate you pointing that out. All right. Support's 20, 3416. Support, yeah, we're not downgrading here. What have we got? We've got a sandwich. Actually. We've got a bow. You can catch that goblin if you get there really quick. This is actually a timed map where, like where you find Kirillo, you can catch that goblin if you get there really quick. Oh no, do I have to reload? Hang on. I didn't save, did I? Oh, now that I know that I want to do it, hold on. I want to catch the goblin because it really annoys me that I keep running into him and he's just like, tee hee hee, I'm going to get away. All right. Inspect the map. Okay. I basically just have to go straight to it, right? Did I inspect the map? Unless you're talking, well, I don't know. When you mean inspect the map, do you mean the mini-map in the corner, or do you mean run around again? Yep, up there. Okay, well, I can't move the camera any further in this direction. The mini-map. Okay. It's, it's a shape. It looks kind of, I don't know, like an insignia almost. I'm not sure what examining the shape of the minimap is going to do for me right now. I could try and hurry in this direction. There's going to be combat involved, though. There's a section in the wall closer to there that cave is. You mean where I found the key? Okay. Sorry, I am fixing something with my phone real quick. So basically, clobber the Fomorian, go and grab the key, and then go to that area somewhere, I guess. I thought it looked a little bit thin there. See, I can see it better now. Oh, you're not close enough. Whoops. Okay. So nothing seems to be open. I'm not quite sure what to do here. Wait, I see... Okay, so there's something sparkling. Alright, what do you... Wait. Crumbling wall. There it is. On the other side of the wall, you can hear some movement. The wall here is still quite solid, but appears cracked enough that a strong physical or magical blow could break through. Attempt using your strength or magical prowess. None of us have prowess. Okay, Kinapak, can you do this? Okay. Worst of 3. Oh boy. Oh boy! Wow, okay. You manage to force through the wall to reveal a hidden tomb. In addition, you end up surprising the goblin, who was still trying to place the contents of the chests into his sack. Ack! Adventurers! Monsters! Ouch! I gotta get out of here! We flustered him. Okay. Thanks, Kinapak. Good job. You peer into the chest, and possibly due to the surprise of you breaking down the tomb wall, the goblin had missed an emerald. I needed that! Okay, so all we get is an emerald out of it, but that's still, I need that. So, okay. Let's go kill everything now. Yeah, that was really difficult to find. Harpies. How rude. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna defend. Give me your sandwiches. Thank you. There. All the lights are lit. We can get out of here. Guard. Blast. And fight. Okay. Now that we have this, we're gonna free up a whole shit ton of inventory space. Who's got all the porn? Kronos does. You don't have any more room for porn. Okay, well, that's fine. Bow can go down here. Who's got a lucky ring? Somebody give me their ring. Yeah, Grieve, give me that. Alright, we've got green. Hang on. What's your name, Lucio? Okay. Red. Green. Blue. Black. White. Equip what on him? The book? Oh, that's right, you can equip it as a weapon. I forgot about that. It's just a really shitty weapon. I'll do it when I get back. Hello. You again. Remember, in order to make that ring, you'll need to bring me a diamond, a ruby, a sapphire, an emerald, an onyx, and the base ring. Why did I bring a Rexic lens? That was stupid. You actually have them all. I am ready. Shall I begin? Yes, please. Very well. Make yourself comfortable, but leave me in peace. This will take several hours, and I must not be disturbed. Though sleep is not an option, you take the opportunity to relax. The smith is hard at work for a few hours, as he predicted. I've finished. I can't believe that I've just done that. My experiment was a success, but... He holds the ring out to show you. It is a large, gaudy thing. All 5 veins are present, to be sure, and they have not collapsed into the null vein, but they are somehow canceling one another out? It's yours as promised, but I'm afraid I can't tell you how to make effective use of it. You may have to do some experimentation of your own. As for me... He grows animated, his eyes wide. We've just made history! Nobody's ever accomplished such a thing before. I'll have to revise my method and figure out how to strengthen the braid. I've got a lot of work ahead of me, and I would not have come this far without your help. Take the ring with my thanks. Yay, mood ring. Okay, so... now I can see what everybody's disposition is. So Grin is blue because he's already bonded. Kennepack is red, which is what? Not liked? Neutral? I don't know. Anyway, oh, we should probably talk to him again. I haven't touched the forge lately. I'm very busy working out the theory for my next attempt. It'll probably be a few months before I even know where to start with more materials. Thanks for checking in, though. Not ready. Ha ha ha, thanks. There. He's equipped with the porn. Okay. Everybody's red. So what happens when they're green? Like, how do you get green? Green is like... is green right before they're ready to bond? Like, you talk to them and then you bond with them? That's gonna make green really hard to actually get. Okay. So, I was hoping that there would be something like a little bit more progress. Well, at least I could use this when I go to reset somebody, and that'll help me figure out when I should be using the love potion. Let's do that now. Let's find somebody to reset. So we've got Paul, Grieve, Lucio, and Kronos. And potentially Kennepack. We're kind of mulling that one over. Book. Yeah, who first? Be careful about resetting somebody with items and pack mule? Oh. Yeah, do they drop? And then we have to, if we don't have room to pick it up, we kind of lose them. Do they get pack mule back? Let me ask that. Like, I know it would be after they do their level up. Or their first level. They'll get their skill back. Okay, yeah. It's just that we won't have it after we reset them, so we'll lose anything that's dropped. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would save beforehand, so if I ran into that problem and I couldn't pick everything up, I'd be like, oops, let me reload. Okay, so we've got... Okay, so one of our considerations is Grieve. Because he's got some excess labor. Night, Val. I hope you have a wonderful night. Have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And take care. We'll catch you later. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I definitely need to get some sleep as well. So after we reset whoever we're resetting, we're gonna wrap up. God, Lucio's stuff is just really all over the place. So is Paul's. So I'm gonna say either Paul or Lucio. I'm not sure who. Let's actually go ahead and do Paul. Because the way it worked before, you use the love potion and they will immediately bond with you. Apparently. So, Paul, what are you equipped with? We're gonna take you in there naked. I need to grab a love potion. We also need to figure out what we want him to be. We seriously need labor. Because... Oh, we can finally... ooh, yeah, okay. Paul is contributing 600. We're about to lose that. But if you compare what Paul is contributing with what Bato is contributing, so there is potential for him to, like, actually help. Get a service? Yeah, I guess I can do that. What service do we want? Because we're probably gonna lose it. Or we'll go to porter. I think we want a porter. Like, a merchant would be cool and all, but really we need a porter. So, porter, porter, porter. Okay. 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 So he's not carrying anything, so we shouldn't have any problems. To struggle is to live. To sacrifice everything to begin the struggle anew is to appreciate one's life anew. Lay down an offering of gold to prove your commitment to the struggle? Sure. So I know that he's red already. So be it. Struggle anew. Live anew. Your body and mind have been stripped clean in order that you may rediscover yourself. Okay. So now if I... Do I give him the potion now? Well, actually, I want to see what happens if I give him the potion now. Okay, so that puts him at red. How did we get... Did we level him up before? I'm gonna reset real quick. Because last time, didn't we go back to camp, then have him drink the potion? Or it should have been green? Okay. Yeah, so something happened there. Okay. We'll load. Now, I have not been doing anything in terms of rapport with him, so... I don't know if it just drops it to 0, or if it reduces it by a specific amount. So how did we do this last time, where we, like, just got an instant bond? The attributes needed to be put first. Okay. Then we will do that. Okay. So because we need labor pretty seriously at this point in order to really expand, I think we're just going to go full labor with him. I might give him like 1 point of fight later, just to kind of give him like a little bit of an attack power so that his bow doesn't completely suck. But yeah, this will do. Okay, so now if we enter the location... So he's still considered a black mood. We'll give him the love potion. Okay, so he's still red. Let's... I don't know, let's see what happens if we level him up. Go back to camp and then talk to him? Okay. Yeah, that's right, because we went to camp, we talked to him, and then we left. There you are. We will chat. And then we will just leave. Huh. So he wasn't green. I think the ring was still red. Actually, I didn't look very closely after I talked to him, so who knows. That night, Paul comes to see you. Yeah. Maybe it's a glitch. Got a sec? Paul settles his huge body on the floor near the fire, stretching his legs out and relaxing. His clothes are tattered, and he is marred with scratches and dirt, but his eyes sparkle softly in the light, and his woodsman's beard is slashed open with a broad smile. I almost said bread smile. I am tired. This one-on-one thing is like a tradition, right? I come find you and spill all my secrets, talk about my tragic past, and then handshake or a hug or something, and we're friends forever? Paul laughs. Well, let's see how I do. I was born on this island, as far as I know. No burn on my neck or nothing, but I never really lived any place that had a lot of break in the first place. Talking to some of these guys, I'm sure I've done worse than them. Never thought much of it, to be honest. You do what you have to do to get by, right? It's true, though, that I've always preferred honest work to hurting people, so maybe that's worth something to you. I mean, hurting someone is work too, isn't it? Why be the source of all that suffering when you could just lend each other a hand and get a better deal out of the whole works? I get that you guys don't like this place. It can be a rough ride sometimes, even if it is my home. I'm having fun with it all, though. I usually just mind my business, do my work, and bugger off. Never really loaned my axe to something so important to so many people, and it feels good to be looked up to for reasons other than just my height, you know? This might have started as just a little adventure, but I like you, and I hope we can call each other friends. Without warning, Paul extends one of his huge arms around you and pulls you close against him in a momentary hug. Thanks for having me on. An item has been added to your Stronghold inventory. Okay, so that seems to be the sequence of events to just instantly get a bond, and we don't know why. like numerically, it doesn't seem to make sense. I'll try to look more closely and actually, like, hover my cursor over them next time after I talk to them, just in case that had something to do with it. But yeah, Paul. Let's give you your stuff back. You got a bond somewhere in this mess of inventory. I get to try and find it. I don't see it, do you? It's by the love potion? Oh! There it is. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and give that to Paul so he's got lucky. It's like he made a little bandana out of his shirt. Okay. Do-do-do. We're going to put the Maxic lenses over here. Or just the lenses. Well, now we've got all these gems. What do we do with them? Wait a minute, wasn't there an axe? Hang on. What does he say now? Well, if it isn't my favorite small person, how are you today? Great day, isn't it? I mean, it's not so great if you're just looking outside, but look in here. Everybody's working together. Just feels good to me. I'm happy to be here with you. You can equip them to do status effects using weapons. Yeah, but I kind of prefer lucky. Like Onyx with a bow to poison. Yeah, that's true. Alright, I'll have to consider that. Where was I going? What was I doing? I was doing something. What was I doing? That's not what I wanted to do. I was doing something outside. What was I doing outside? Also, did that trigger? It did not. We have to gain experience somewhere. I guess I'll hold on to the mid-ring for now. Right, that's what it was. Thank you. Oh my god, I am tired. Was it the logging camp? Logging camp, yes. Oh, I almost forgot. Can't leave my favorite axe behind. It's a bearded axe. Which he is not going to use. Like, it's a great axe, but he is not built for close combat now. He is going to be an archer. Hold on. We've got 2 of them. We can do a thing with them. Where is... Come here. Can you take Paul's axe and this other axe, and can you make something cool with it? Jam to catch. Cool. Even better axe, indeed. Physical 30, threat 20, critical 30. The problem is that if you compare that, hang on. If I'm remembering correctly, Nazar, and where did the axe go? What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so if you compare these, 30, 20, 20, 30, 20, 30. So this has 10 less physical, but it has reach. And reach is just so freaking valuable. So, yeah, I haven't really felt inclined to use melee weapons like this. Like, they have to have pretty high defense. The only person who's really safe to use them is Valentine. Everybody else I would really rather have using the scythe. Wait, I have a recurve bow and a regular bow? Makeshift bow? What? Oh my goodness. I need to stop thinking. I need to get ready for bed. I like my boots, damn it. I like the extra movement. I'll just hold on to them and keep them in my inventory. I'm probably not going to need to change my thing. Well, I suppose I could give it to somebody else. It's like I'm not the one who has to equip it. So I'll hold on to it for now for the lucky, but I'll probably put my boots back on in a bit. We need Paul to level him up. We need 2 other people. Who do we want? Who do we want? Somebody lawful. Nazar. We did not equip Paul with a weapon. We need to do that. Lawful. We need somebody neutral. Who's neutral? Lucio. Come with us. Let's have a whole bunch of big people. This is nothing but big people. My character is about the size of Nazar, and then Paul and Lucia are about the same size. So yeah, we're just big, party big. Yeah, big guys team. I like the big men. Don't take that out of context. It means exactly what you think it does. Bow. Who has a bow? Grieve does. Grieve. And you can have your ring back now. Lucio's already got a bow. I don't know why you're carrying the Rexic lens. Oh, because I put it into my inventory thinking it was the emerald because I'm a dummy. No. Okay, there. Now it's chromatically ordered. I feel better. Sorry, I'm picky like that. We need... somewhere reasonably high leveled. I have no idea where. Have any of these reset? No. We have to go down here, don't we? Oh, hey! Fort Gallier is here! It's ready to do the thing. Let's see if we can befriend more bugbears. We need a Nazar to keep that thing busy. You can stand over here. Okay. Oh, don't hit them that hard! Oh, hang on. Negotiate. Recruit. No, I'm free! Oh, come on. Prospero? You've got a very magical sounding name. Hey! That was rude. Maybe a fellow bugbear can convince you. No? Nazar, you want to have a crack at him? Friend? You know her, friend. Sweet. Oops. Of course, Nazar, yes. It's like, Nazar, you wanna flex those sexy muscles? Convince this bugbear to join our cause? And Nazar is basically like, hey buddy, you wanna see some more of this anytime you like? And Prospo is like, yes sir! That was a dumb. I got distracted by talking about Nazar's muscles. I'm all discombobulated. What are you? You're a big guy, and that's all I know. You're a Gigas. Gigas is lawful seems to be okay if I build them right. I just might have to respec them. Should I try and recruit a Gigas? What do you got on your arms? I don't know what these are. Oh well. Anyway. I'm just gonna defend. And so are you. Ow. Does he have a tail? I can't tell. Hang on. What am I seeing back there? It looks like a tail, so it's okay. It's not just me. Why would a Gigas have a tail? That seems like an unusual decision. There's a lot of unusual things, a lot of unusual decisions about this particular sprite. For some reason, the arms... Like, is that flesh or is that armor? He's got, his nipples are fleshy, and then he's got a hood on. The hood is an unusual decision in and of itself. Oh well, anyway. Oh, you're gonna hit him too hard. Maybe I'll do it. Ooh, I hit him kind of hard. Okay, stop it. You want to come with us? Never! I won't give you the satisfaction. Isaros is a pretty good name. Nazar, you want to flex for this guy? My pride or my life, then? Very well, I will join you. We're 2 for 2. Nobody can resist Nazar's muscles. Okay. We've got more friends here. We've only got one slot left, so we can only have one more friend. I will stand here. You stand over here. No, you stand in the middle. You stand here. You stand here. Dude, I will separate from the party. More friends. You're not quite close enough to attack. We'll stick you there. Defend. Eat. Okay, no more of that. Come with us. No, I'm free. What is her name? Vicente? Hey. No, I was... my cursor was in the wrong spot. Sorry, Vicente, I didn't mean it. I tripped on my spear. I'm very tired. I didn't mean to stab him. No, I'm free. Okay, I promise you can touch Nazar's muscles all you want. Let me make sure that I defend. Raymundo. Okay, we have a camp full of bugbears and other big guys now. If nothing else, that is a fuck ton of inventory space that we just got. No, guys. Keep trying, buddy. You're doing your best. I have faith in you. You can do it. He can't do it. Yay! He figured it out eventually. Ah! That hurt. That really hurt. Didn't that thing beat the shit out of me last time? Give me 1 second. I need to stretch my legs. Yeah, level 10. I'm a little concerned. I wasn't, I didn't stumble, did I? Or I didn't fumble. Like, I just had I wasn't defending, but I wasn't fumbling either, right? That was just standard damage. It was. Okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my stand minute in for my watch. So, hang on. Okay, good. You did it, says the watch. I have to rearrange how I was. This cable goes here, this comes up here. Alright. This goes out of the way. You come over here. You come over here. You got a lot more armor than the other guys. And you're actually wearing underwear for once. That's always good. A fully clad Gigas. Yep. We're gonna defend. Oop. Okay, well. A clobberin' he shall be. I'm just gonna lure you out. Oops, I meant to dash. Alrighty. That, as they say, is that. So now we have a whole bunch of new friends. A whole bunch of very big friends. So we've got Lucio. We've got Raimundo. Isaris. A fine day to you. So, yeah, so he has one of the people voices. That's interesting. Okay. So we got a little bit of the same issue with these bugbears where they are... they're split between fight and labor. And hunt and thwart. I'm probably gonna have to reset them, to be honest. But that's fine. Our Gigas. So he is lawful and he is guard. He is purely, almost exclusively in guard. Maybe a point of dodge and a point of fight? Kind of hard to say. Prospero, same here. He's just a little bit lower in level. Okay. So yeah, our bugbears are going to have to get reset. Isaris is going to have to get reset. But once we've got everybody... Is that a tail or is that a sword? It doesn't seem to match his skin color. I don't know what this is. Also kind of wish he had some underwear on. You think it's his tail? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we're gonna have to work on them a little bit. Also, we now have our third slot. Or our third porter, sorry. Let's go ahead and get these battered blades. If the mouse will let me. Whoops! I did it, Oh my gosh. I'm very tired, obviously. Okay. What am I doing? Okay. Roseanne the Porter, huh? Hi, are we going out soon? As long as you're alright with me waiting at the entrance, I'm with you wherever you go. I was hoping we'd get an orc porter, but I don't think we did. Let's see something here. He's still red. I mean, if I wanted to, I could, you know, flip them. I want to talk to you. Oh, you decided to tend to the roses, huh? Okay. So now we don't have any more room for anybody else. We have to get everybody's stuff done. So what I might do... tell me what I should do here. Because I could do this off-stream, where I work on grinding love potions and resetting our bugbears. Or should I do that on stream? Guess off stream? Okay. Then, at some point this week, what I'm going to do is I will just grind areas that I've already been at until the abandoned barricade recycles so that I can try for love potions. And then every love potion that I get, I'll go ahead and reset either a bugbear or a gigas. Or whoever else who needs it. Lucio and Charos at the very least. I'm not going to reset Grieve, though. Actually, what I might do instead is just grind for the love potions. And that way we'll get to see the bonding scene for the monsters, which most of them are going to be the same. What was it? Isaris, I think, had intelligent conversation. None of the bugbears did. So yeah. Yeah, he's got regular conversation. The bugbears don't. And neither did Kronos. And we might reset Kinnapack. Well, Kinnapack's chaotic, so it may not matter. Anyway, let's give everybody a quick chat who we haven't talked to in a while. We're already bonded with Bato, yeah. Who else? And that should do it. That should do it. I've faffed around with inventory management throughout the week. Okay. That is gonna do it for tonight. Wow, it is 1 a.m. I should not have been up this late, especially the past 2 nights. I have been staying up anywhere between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Is there anybody that we want to pay a visit to this late? Let me check. Or, you know, my browser could just be like, I'm just going to sit here and spin. I want to be a sit and spin when I grow up. I don't think Dresden is allowing raids. So, Chill Knight, Fighting Bugs and Spiders, and EDF 6 Final Fantasy 14 later. Earth Defense Force? I don't know what that is. RPG limit break. Yeah, you know, I'm so tired I don't want to give this thought. So I think we're just gonna call stream for tonight. So I want to thank Vexlar and Reppenwolf for their respective raids. I did not give Vexlar a shout out earlier, so I do apologize about that. So Vexlar and then 2 underscores. So Vexlar was playing The Wolf Among Us. I shouted Reppenwolf out earlier. If you're not already following them, definitely give them a follow. They're cool folk. But yeah, I will see you guys next week. Pardon me a moment while I struggle to remember my outro. You're very welcome. And C79, thank you for hanging out with me, for helping me with some of the little bits that I've kind of been stumbling and missing. I'm definitely not at 100% tonight. My voice is definitely starting to go. Guess who forgot to hydrate the whole time? Okay, I just took a drink, so it doesn't count. I'm hydrated now. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping me company. I do cherish all of you that come by and say hello and hang out with me on my stream. And words and stuff. I'm gonna go to bed. You all have a wonderful rest of the night with lots of pleasant dreams. So, until next time, take care. Bye for now.